General Kenobi.
Hello there. Hello there.
General Kenobi.
Should probably unmute myself before saying hello there. Happy Monday, everybody. Good morning, JD. Good morning, Manda. Happy time zones to everybody else. We're playing some Satisfactory today. It usually helps, indeed. It helps quite a bit. Preemptively, I am going to quickly apologize if you hear for any kind of background noise whenever I'm speaking, because the heat today is beyond unbearable and I cannot, there is no way that I'm going to be shutting down the AC for streaming today. I'm just not, that's not the kind of heat I'm able to bear. So, you might hear it kick in the background. Sorry about that, but it's gonna Got me at 100 and you hear nothing. Oh, you mean the background noise? Okay, cool. I mean, right now it's kind of idling. It's not like pushing a ton of air, so it's. But if it kicks in, you're probably gonna hear it. So, we're back into Satisfactory. Who turns off the AC? People who don't want background noises on their streams. Laughs in Florida. Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling very much related to Florida right now. With, I mean, what is it? The felt temperature forecasted for today is 46 degrees Celsius. So 110, 115-ish in Fahrenheit, something like that. It's pretty nasty. And yeah, that's hot. Like that's hot by any standards, not just Canada. Oh, Mixie, thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day. Thanks for lurking. Mixie's an old friend of mine. It's been a hot minute since I've been able to play games with her. We'll try to catch back up. Known Minxie for about a decade at this point. Well, we're back here at the refinery as the sun rises and the northern lights fade away. God damn, this game is pretty. So, I've done a couple things off stream just because it was kind of the boring stuff that I wanted to get out of the way. I've rebuilt the line here for the Sam ore. Not sure what I'm going to do with it, but the whole line going all the way up to that mining machine was completely out of whack with the current grid we're building on. So I rebuilt it, and I just wanted to get it out of the way. I wanted to have a look down here at the current state of our fuck is the word I'm looking for. Fuel generators. There they are. Yeah. Ooh, doggo. Hey, the good boy. What did you find? Rifle ammo. I didn't expect a little pup. Actually, I brought the little pupper all the way into the building here when I found him. So yeah, he's been just hanging around this place between the buildings and on this floor. I'm totally cool with that. This is a good place for him. Rifle ammo. I don't even have a rifle. Okay, the other thing I'm gonna do here in this little building, I might expand the building just a little bit. I think I'd like to expand the building a little bit, so I'm gonna... Because I want to have a module research and an equipment workshop over here, because I don't have one in the refinery. I don't have one in this base. I think I'm going to stick it right there. And I'm also going to stick a MAM over here for extra research and a out of scanning hard drives, which I've found quite a few. I realized that I have somewhere about something in the vicinity of oh, what the hell is the word I'm looking for again? I found like a dozen hard drives back in a storage. And those I kind of need to scan for either extra recipes or whatever else could be interesting there. Let's have a look at roofs. That would be an outer corner roof, 2 meters. That looks about right. There we go. I can copy that over on that corner here. And finally have a standard roof. Just going to be a normal 2-meter roof. Right there. Which I will turn into a glass roof. Just to get a bit of extra light in here, because like the skybox is so freaking pretty in this game. Not getting to look at it is a bit of it's a bit of a blasphemy, to be honest. No, not the basic wall. I want a door. There you go. Except not a roll-up gate. That could have been something. I'm just gonna go for a standard center door wall and a wall above it. Just like so. So now I have an equipment workshop and a research station here with a hard drive that has been done scanning. So, wet concrete or cheap silica? I'm inclined of thinking cheap silica here. Have a look at the silica. So it's 3 to make 5. Or okay. The other thing that I'm seeing here is fused wire. That is a lot of wire. 4 for 30? And I have Caterium ingots for days. Like, I've stopped shipping Caterium ingots from the steel base, but I could easily restart that. And the fused wire would be... Okay, we might have to rethink some stuff at the main base if I take this. I don't even have any ways of getting nitric acid right now, so that quartz purification recipe I don't think is worth it. I do think the fuse wire is worth it, because that's a lot of wire for very few resources. It'll need some resetting and some change in my current setup, but I think it's worth it. The other thing that I'm seeing right now, 6 for 4 in the wet concrete. I have never run out of concrete, ever. It makes a lot more, but I've never run out of concrete, ever, in several playthroughs. So I don't think the wet concrete is worth it. I'll take the cheap silica. And I'm also going to go back to the, over here. Got 6 hard drives left. Start scanning one. Re-upload the others. There we go. So now this is scanning a hard drive for me. But, in the meantime, there's a few other things I gotta get going. Because right now, all of these are just making fuel. And all of the resin right now is going straight into a sink. Which is something I'm gonna want to fix. I'm also gonna want to have some water pumps and water storage. Which, if I'm looking down, the water's either going to have to come from down, like, on this side, or on the other side of the base. Yeah, water's a lot more accessible from that side. So I think I'm going to have to build it from here. We're gonna have to figure out exactly how much of which. And I also have like another full line of crude oil that I'm not using yet. So that's also a thing. That's gonna be coming. Yeah, that other line of crude oil would be coming from that side. On the other side of that little cliff thing, if memory serves me right. Let me go have a look at what I've got over there. I don't specifically remember. There we go, we got a pump jack over here, and we got another one over there. So, these are the guys I'm mostly looking at. 120 for you, that I could boost up to 240 if I want. That's 60 boosted to 120. That's another 60 boosted to 120. I could have 480 in this pipeline as well. I don't really want to do that. I'm just realizing here. This pipeline build, the way I'm bringing it down there, is a stupid idea. Let's not do that. Because where it needs to go is up rather than down. Build it that way. Still need to bring it all the way there, but I'm not sure. I don't even know on which floor I want this thing to go. Chance is pretty significant. It's gonna have to be either the second floor or the top floor. Because down there is just generators. So I'm not burning crude directly into the generators. That's not going to happen. It would have to be kind of there. I think I'm going to have to build out a little platform from here for the pipelines to get onto. Just so we can line up in terms of height here and figure out exactly what I'm going to be doing. I could turn that pipeline kind of this way. Some like that, or thereabouts. I'll need a couple pumps to power up from down there. But, yeah. Vertical is a bit of a pain in the ass from down there, but it's doable. I also think this particular section of pipeline I think I'll just kind of curve it like that. Then I'm just going to bring it straight line all the way to here. I'm also going to want to get rid of that tree here. Very much in the way. Ooh, they've redone the animation for the trees. That's new. I kind of like it. That they don't just, you know, pop out of existence. Right. Yeah, that pipe is too long. Not gonna be able to do that much vertical on this thing. So what I'm gonna do, I think, is I'm gonna take this oil extractor and I'm gonna turn it around. I'm gonna face it that way. Climb it up to there. It's slightly lower. It's either that or I go for the old, actually, no, I know what I'm gonna do. We're gonna use the floor hole for the pipeline. I just need a couple of foundation planes just like that. Yeah, that looks about right. And then I go... There we go. That looks about right. And then I'll need some pumps. Okay, so I'm going to put a pipeline pump right there just to pull all of the oil from these two sides all the way to there. It's either that or I do two of them in a push setup. I don't need the Mark IIs. The Mark IIs are just for head lift. Yeah, that'll do. Still too long. Might have to build up another... That looks like it lines up. Has to be like that, and then I'd have a Mark II pump. Now I need head lift. Right there. You also plug it all like that. These pumps should be powered by the same thing that's going to power this. I want some power shards. So that turns this pipeline into a 480 as soon as I plug this in. Right now I don't have power coming all the way here. And that is still very much to be determined on how I'm going to do this. There we go. At least I got a ladder to be able to climb and get between floors here, because otherwise I'm just gonna constantly burn my jetpack fuel, which I'm not in particularly short supply of, but I don't want to. There we go. I'm gonna want a power line from that structure here. I'm just gonna climb on top of this thing. And it could pull from, let's say, that bottom outer line. Let's say it's this one. Bring that all the way back to in a little line. I've narrowed it, I remember now. Drop down here. Bottom one. Goes to there. Down to this switch here. That would be the one. We'll confirm that once I make it all the way to where I want to go. Potentially run at ground level, or just have a power tower kind of here. For a longer range build like that, I was wondering what my hover pack was using to recharge itself. It's the rail. I'm using the railway to recharge myself. That makes sense. So that there, and then that plug into there. Which I don't like. Nah, that looks awful. Instead of going above, I'm gonna go below. I'll run it there. Ow. Yep, that was painful. That looks better though. I'm recovering, so once I flip on that switch, everything should turn on. I'd like to fuel power jetpack just for extra speed. There we go. That'll do. Yes, I do put up fence quite a bit around platforms because I do have the tendency to yeet myself off of them, which is bad. So if I remember it right, it should be this switch. Yes, max consumption 144, so there's something plugged onto this. So that's the Western pump jacks. Yes. So I've got the Eastern pumps on this side and the Western pumps on this side. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Lock that online. Step back out. This should start to have crude oil in it sooner than later. Yeah. You can see the fluid pump kicked in right there. And there. Starting to think I might need a pump or two over here. Yeah, especially for that climb here. That'll get going. And now it's flowing. Yeah, that pipeline is now full of oil. Not sure if I might want to encase this pipeline at a point or another, but that gives me another 480 units of crude oil flowing into here. Consistently. So that's pretty good. I can make some plastic, I can make some rubber out of that. Those would be the two main things. I also remember seeing that the hard drive is done scanning. We got heavy oil residue or insulated cables. That's 100 cables per minute. That's a lot. I'm not really using heavy oil residue for anything. It's residue. I'm using it for other stuff, but like I don't want to specifically produce it. I'll take the cables on that. Okay. I need a quick break. My body just went from I'm fine to I need to go to the bathroom now. So I'll be back. the Chow going in and friggin' dropping a 10-month sub while I was sitting in the bathroom. Well, that is so nice of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's almost been a year. Yeah, I mean, it's really just, you know, when the first coffee of the day finally kicks in, things get set in motion that cannot be stopped. So, I had to go. But, now that that's done, thank you very much for the sub. Yeah, and yeah, it's been almost a year. It's been nothing but entertaining to have you in chat, and I greatly appreciate it. Alright, so, yeah, now I've got more oil coming in from that side, and I've got fuel getting made over here. Those fuel tanks should be quite good and full now. Yeah, they're... I fucking have fuel reserves now. Oh, this is so nice. There's also some nastiness down there. That's a hatcher. Can I snipe the hatcher from here? I probably can. That's a high-level hatcher. It just... There we go. I don't think I'm going to be able to kill these butterflies from here, though, and I don't want to bother jumping down there. So, the other thing that I want to do here is going to be... start to... Okay, with the crude oil I've got here... Why am I killing butterflies? Because those butterflies keep running into me and damaging me quite a bit. They're pretty nasty. Yeah, they've despawned now. I stopped looking and they just despawned. I'm also seeing something... I'm also seeing something purple and shiny right there. Along with some very stinky smoke. I'm expecting that purple thing there to either be a summer sloop or maybe a Mercer sphere. Oh yeah, there's some stinky gas here. Let's see if I could explode some of these. I exploded the tree that was right by it too. Oops. Ow. Oh, am I out of filters? Crap. How am I? Oh, because there's more stinky down there. Okay. There you go. So where's the... That's a Mercer sphere. Those are quite useful. They're also kind of freaky. because Ava, our companion AI, and whatever alien entity controls these Mercer spheres are, they're becoming friends, and I'm starting to be a bit concerned about that.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Yep.
Sings the first symphony of the blood.
First, there was a whole involved process of evolution from single-celled organisms to mammals, rodents specifically.
Explosion.
And that's not even explaining the whole dinosaur extinction meteor making room for mammals to dominate the animal kingdom instead.
Multiple explosions.
You know what, I will just compile a data package for you to look at later, because I don't even know where to start with the whole ape thing.
Harmonious explosion.
See, the alien is very enthusiastic about explosions. And considering how enthusiastic about explosions it seems to be, me coming in here and just kind of ruining this world, I feel like it's not gonna end well. Alright, so I should probably fence up this this gap here, but okay, so the generators here are running fine. But I could expand and build more if I need to, and I probably will. Because otherwise that's just wasted fuel. I'm not, you know, it's good to have some reserves, but it's also good to have power. How much power am I generating from this factory right now? Quite a lot, I'm expecting. If I cut myself off from main base right now, lock that down, that gives me how much power this facility makes, which is down here. I'm making 6,000 megawatts. That's literally half of my maximal consumption when everything is on, is made from here, and I still have fuel to spare. But now my concern is, I need... You're consuming maximals. Nah, this is not RimWorld, this is Beast World. This is Beast Wars. Alright. I grew up watching Beast Wars as a kid. I know what maximals are. That show did not age well, by the way. Sheesh, it looks horrible nowadays. So, okay. Sure, there's every mod for RimWorld. So if we look at plastic right now, in terms of making plastic, I could be making residual plastic, but it requires a lot of resin. I don't think I can only be making... recycled plastic out of fuel? Hold on a minute. This could be interesting. Because it's 60 per minute per refine. That's a lot. But for that, I need rubber. Okay. I might need an alternate recipe for rubber to be able to produce more, because I don't think my rubber production would keep up right now. I don't need polymer resin. I'm gonna rescan. Instant scrap. Coal, bauxite, sulfuric acid, which I don't have, and water. I'll take the deuterium ingots. There we go. I'll turn it around so the screens actually face me. Yeah, this is an inclined seal. Yeah, ceiling lights are not really an option here. So many new things to torture for fun and profit. I mean, it is War Crime Simulator, so that makes sense for World. Once we're done with Satisfactory, I might get back to RimWorld as kind of my big sandbox buildy thing. That could be fun. They like just mod the fuck out of it and get back to it. Okay. I don't think using the alternate recipe for plastic right now is a good idea. Unless I take all of that pipeline and turn it into rubber and then use that to turn it into plastic, but I feel like I need more than that. So let's say I go plastic Mark V. Where is the signage? The signage is on this side. Okay. I want the arrow pointing at me here. So over here, it's gonna finish loading in. There we go. Residual oil, plastic, 80 on this, 120. So I could have 4 banks of refineries, such as this one, for that one pipeline, if I wanted to turn it all into plastic. I don't want to turn it all into plastic because I need rubber, but I could potentially go half and half. Blueprints are too big. That's through the other one. That's not what I want at all. I kind of need to be flying if I want to even have a clue. Okay. So that would be plastic. And over here, I'd have the rubber blueprints. Rubber Mark 5. Which I'm guessing also has to be facing me. Need to expand the... What? Why is it letting me place the blueprint if it's literally... Huh? No! That looks terrible! There we go. Kill it for its crimes. I was tempted. Don't get me wrong. I got the signage here. Okay. That works. Okay. I have absolutely no doubt there's going to be a lot more of these refineries going, but the other thing I'm going to want to do here, and I think it's going to be plugged onto here, plugged onto these tanks. Let me go down here. Well, these are the generators. I think I'm going to build more of these. Because all of the heavy oil residue that's going to come out of this, so 40... Is it just 40? Yeah, it's 10 per minute. I'm gonna have 80. And I'll get fuel here. Residual fuel, it's 6 to make 4. So I think what's gonna happen is I might expand this way and have a few more generators kind of here under where I am. As long as I set up the valves properly, it shouldn't be too bad. Because the residual oil, I need to turn that into something. I don't want to store it. So I'm going to turn it into fuel. Not expecting it to be a lot, but look at how big these are. gonna need another row or two of foundation here. I don't think I'm going to be able to run a full double bank here with the residual fuel, but I think it would be enough for one. Because if I look at the fuel here, the recipe here is 6 heavy oil residue for 4 fuel. I've got reserves here. So I'm already producing more than I'm using. And as long as I have the proper valve set up, I think I'll be fine. This is currently, yeah, that valve is currently maxed out at 300. But the other thing I could do is kind of split off from here and valve that going down to these generators. Yeah, so if I do, let's say, a junction like that. With a floor hole. And then I'd have another pipe like that one coming down here. I'm also going to need some power lines. Yeah, right about here looks right. Something's wrong here. I'll build it like that. Get rid of the duplicate walkway. There we go. As if having a bunch of fuel generators was a very loud environment. Who would have thunk? This, and then 3 and 4. This guy is going to be plugged onto here. I'm also going to paste that there. I had it wrong. that side. Why are these labeled? These should not be labeled. These should. Past me might have fucked it up a bit. There's not even a wire here. Like, these are not connected to anything. Okay. Here we go. Main base power line right there. That should work just fine. And then, okay, so for this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the innermost bottom line here. That's what I'm going to wire these generators to. Ah, okay, I was wondering what was going on. It's just the display on the side of the battery was not updating itself. But it's there, and it's working. Good. So that means this line now goes to there. There it is. Well, this is going to be what goes down there and plugs onto all of these. Now, if I go ahead and not gonna plug in the fuel line just yet. Go, and if I go junction here. There you go. That should do. Now all I need is some valves. And some pumps. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need pumps. So let's do that right away. Pump number 1. Pump number 2. Pump number 3. And then for valves, the valve right in front of the pump, just to control how much fuel is going to all of these. Okay, and luckily I do have a clue of how much to throw at all this, because yeah, it's 150, 100, and then 50 for each valve. Yep. And I'm going to want another valve up here. Down at 150 as well, at least for now. These not that there. It's filling up, but it's not full. So I'm gonna let it fill up before I plug the other ones in. Go 25, 26. It's full at 50, so I'm gonna let it go up to 50, and then I don't mind kind of draining from this right now, because am I out of music? I'm definitely out of music. What's going on there? Restart the playlist. There you go. I forgot to loop the playlist. That's why. I was wondering what was going on there. There we go. That'll work quite nicely there. I'm going to switch back to my coffee. As it should. Okay, these are now full, meaning this can now get plugged in. This valve can now get limited to 50. And drill. Okay, these guys full, so. Goes to 100. There goes my AC kicking in. Sorry for the background noise, but I really need it today. It's gonna be 150. There we go. So that should be as intended. So anything that is getting produced and not getting thrown down there is just going to go into these tanks. So yeah, these tanks are starting to lower for that reason, because, you know, I'm using fuel that I'm not producing yet. But that's something I could work with. That is... okay. So that means the refinery that I would use for residual fuel I don't have residual fuel here. Probably gonna want to. Do I have my? Do I not have a blueprint maker here? I thought I did. Go. Settings all pasted. Output is none. No solid output here. $160 fuel. Input is heavy oil residue times 60, so that would be 240. For heavy oil, for 160 fuel. How much heavy oil am I going to be making? I don't know, but worst case, this thing is not going to be running at full capacity, and it's fine. Residual fuel Mark 5, that's going to go right here. Save that. Clear the designer, grab my stuff. Because I wouldn't want the residual fuel to kind of plug onto this line here and go on to get pumped into these tanks. So... and the heavy oil residue I would want out. Okay. I might want to join up the heavy oil residue somewhere else. That's a lot of pipelines in a very little restricted space that I have to deal with here. It did the same thing here. It's that these things are just floating into nothing. Okay, let's just put some floor under this at least. And I think what's going to have to happen there, I'll just camouflage everything in the floor. What's gonna have to happen is that these output lines, I'm gonna want something. First, I'm definitely gonna want to color code them for the heavy oil, just so I could distinguish them a little bit easier. And I think I'm gonna join them up. So let's see, what for a heavy oil, let's do I'll do the Caterium finish here for the heavy oil. There we go, and then I would have to do... What's gonna have to happen is... I think that heavy oil is gonna have to either get elevated or... I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it yet. I think it's gonna have to be here. So it'll all join up over here on this side. So that pipe is going to go a bit over. It's going to raise up a little. And I'm going to run it over. All the way to here, where it'll join up with this one. Yeah, so yeah, it'll join up with this one here. And then all of that will flow into this one. Because I know my residue production is not going to be overwhelming the capacity of the pipeline. Like it's 80. Another 80. It's 80 times 4. Not even, because that's 40. So 80 times 3. It's 240. Those pipelines can go up to 600. So I know I'm fine. For the residual fuel here, I have to place it kind of there-ish. Like so. So that the heavy oil can go into this. And come out here as fuel, which is this color. And that is gonna go plug into there. Just like so, that pump. I want to have an extra pump right here. Just to be able to run that properly. So the fuel's going to come that way. Yeah. And then when it comes to power lines, I mean, I've got everything I need up here to be able to plug into whatever I want. If I want to segment it, I could pretty easily do that. Although I think, because I got 2 bags of fuel right now. Those refineries are currently separated. The power lines of those refineries is completely separated. Or is it? Hold on. It isn't separated. It's just the one. It's all plugged into the one. Hold on. Let me go back here because I'm not seeing anything plugged into this line. Max consumption 248. No, so there is something plugged into here. But I'm not seeing anything. Hold on. Did I check the wrong switch? I might have checked the wrong switch. Feels like I might have checked the wrong switch. I think this one is the one that everything is plugged in. Oh, there's something on this too. Did I cross some wires that I shouldn't have? I feel like I did. Alright, I'm gonna shut this down. Go back and look out at what is shut down. Because it's not that. These guys are running. So it's not that. Is it the pump jacks? No, I'm seeing the pump still active. What the hell did I plug into this line? Because I'm not seeing anything. Either I've crossed a wire somewhere, I must have fucked it up. It's the only way. I must have fucked it up. Because if I'm looking at the inner line here, let's say pull from you and have a look. Yeah, consumption nothing. Max consumption 248. What is plugged into it? Oh, it's me. It's me. It's my frickin' jetpack. That's what's pulling from it. Every time the frickin' hover pack throws me off because of that. Okay, let's get rid of this. I'm gonna switch back to kind of my normal fuel-powered jetpack and have another look. If that falls down, it doesn't though. I turn that one off. Now all of these refineries should be red. Yeah, they are. Did I merge the lines by mistake? No, because these are not running. Those are not fuel refineries. I feel like I've either mislabeled or plugged something in that I shouldn't have. What have I done? What the fuck was I on when I did that? It's there. It's this. It's the upstairs refineries. Oh. I forgot I had upstairs refineries. Okay, no, everything's fine. Past me actually had this. I gotta stop second guessing myself. But But I feel like the fuel ref 2 line could absolutely just also serve for this. I could easily combine that. And I'm actually wondering if I shouldn't combine all of them. Have all of the fuel refineries in one circuit. And the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. And that's actually pretty easy to fix. Because now all I gotta do is paste that there. Move that power line over to here. That combines everything. All of the refineries are now on the one line. And the switch inside that I've marked as fuel ref 2 now is just not used. There's not going to be any power to it. And even that one line here, I am gonna plug in right there. So now that's all the fuel refineries plugged in together on a single circuit, and I think it's better that way. So that one should not have, outside of my own jetpack, that one should not have anything. It shouldn't be powering anything now. Yeah, nothing. Good. That's just going back to being an unused fuel refinery. And then for the other switches, I'll have the plastic, the rubber, the residual stuff going, well, everywhere else, really. Yeah, that's the eastern one, but the western ones are this. It's that one. One, two. I only got 4 switches currently getting used, which is exactly what I've got on the signage here. I've only used the outermost lines right now. But now for these guys, I'm gonna have a line for the I'm gonna have a power line for the plastic, and I'm gonna have a power line for the for the rubber. I think 8 refineries each. I'm hoping 8 refineries each is enough. And the other thing I'm going to do, probably upstairs, somewhere up here, probably where the close to where the blueprint maker is. I'm going to have the residual stuff from all the resin that I'm making from fuel. I'm going to climb up that resin over here on the roof and turn that into something else. Either plastic or rubber, depending on what I need. That also means, though, I'm going to need to be pumping water all the way up to here. I mean, I got water access down there. I could still do this. And I will very likely want the water pumps on a dedicated switch, as well as some water reserves up here. Some of those big round storage tanks, those fluid buffers. I'm gonna want some, but for water. Yeah, because now that means all that resin, instead of going down, then that means this this conveyor here is going to get turned around, and instead of going down to here, it's this one that's going to be coming up and going that way. And then, yeah, I'm going to be merging it into there, and then probably throw the resin somewhere around here. The SAM ore belt is undoubtedly going to get moved and or destroyed. I'll have to think of a little constructor setup for this thing. I don't need a ton of it, though. The reanimated SAM. And I'm not even sure if I want to... Yes. I do want to ship the reanimated SAM back to main base because I want to be able to transform it into something more useful. I need some of the resources that are in main base. And I've only got one spare freight wagon on this train now. So either I make the train bigger, which is certainly an option, or I like that the game is giving me reminders to hydrate. Yeah, either I make the train bigger, which is entirely possible, or I ship it back and process it at main base, which is also entirely possible. I think it's going to be easier, the way main base is set up, I think it's going to be easier to ship to it than ship from it. So I'll just do it that way. think my hard drive scan is done. So let's just I'll take a little elevator ride. Go back down to the switchboard building. Did I even turn on the switch from... I just had a thought. I just started up a whole new bank of generators, and I don't think I've... Nope. Nope. One of you's producing. Is it? Yeah, it's the lower innermost. Gonna have a look that way. Yeah, it is plugged in. There's definitely power on that line. So it's this one going up to there and back down to here. So it's this. Yes, production 1500, consumption 12. So that's another bank of fuel generators. But for that reason, I should probably... is now a fuel gen 5. That's another 1500 megawatts. Plonk that on. I seem to have lost my lizard doggo though. He usually hangs out on this floor. I don't know where he went. I hope I get to see him again soon. Because he's friggin' adorable. So that can go away. There we go, and now if I build myself a little entry pipeline kind of going here. there. Just like that. Like, it doesn't need to be much. Something like that. So now that can easily go and kind of cross there, and this one here, on the other hand, is gonna have to go this way. So it should all flow that way. So I'll have a pump there, just kind of pushing it above. That's going to join up here. Okay. And then that should all get over to here. Go there and connect here. There we go. So that should work quite nicely. Now, yeah, now that all of that is plugged in terms of the pipelines, the only thing that I have not plugged in yet is the crude oil. And I'm actually going to have to valve this properly. Because it's 120 per, and this contains exactly 480. Like, I don't have any spare oil here. So I'm just gonna draw it in a straight line for now. As far as it'll go. Even more. So that goes straight in there. But after that, I need a couple of junctions here. Be 120, like that. Well, the rest goes through. Another 120. So. There and 120 there. So that we don't completely overflow. But now that means, yeah. Well, the crude oil is now plugged in. The residual oil is now plugged in. The residual fuel is now plugged in. The other problem that I have now is that I'm not doing anything with the plastic, not doing anything with the rubber. I need to get that up to the train station. I'm gonna have to have a look as to where I can run these conveyors up. I mean, that's not a bad place. So I think what would have to happen here I would need the two plastic lines to kind of merge and get up to there-ish. Wait, hold on. Which wagon do I have to load the plastic into? I know I've written that down. Third. It's the third one. So 1, 2, and 3. It's this one. That's the plastic one. Well, let's make that one blue just to remember it right. That one is for reanimated Sam, so it should be purple. Then I got rubber, so I'll make that one black. That one is fabric, so it should be white. And this one here, that one I've made carbon steel because it's those empty containers. Okay. So the plastic and the rubber has to go to here. that goes in there. Gets loaded in here. This one here is plastic. The rubber has to go to that. Okay. And I still need to do power lines for this. I mean, it's gonna have to be plugged onto... Rubber's gonna have to be plugged onto here. Plastic probably on the next one. There, and then this. I think I'll have the rubber go to this one. And then after that, well, it's just a matter of getting the power lines at the right place. That one I could pretty easily run on the ceiling. Okay, that's the line for the pump jacks right there. Run that all the way to about here. There we go. That means that goes in here. goes in here. And then it falls, all that remains is the freaking conveyors from there. That becomes relatively easy. I am going to have to do a bit of work here when it comes to the conveyors, because I'm going to have to turn it around. So I'm going to want the conveyor to go this way and kind of above the pipeline here and plug back onto this one to join them up. So there's going to be a bit of work involved here, but it's not too bad. There we go, just like that. Let's say street mode. As that one doesn't do anything. That one's not relevant. And now the only thing I gotta do is kind of there we go, and now this and this and this can go away. Now it goes that way. Goes all around up to here. From here, all it has to do is go straight up to the ceiling. Plug straight into that. So that's my plastic line getting shipped all the way to main base. Right then and there. Let's have a look at our power line here for the plastic, just to make sure that I've done this right. Which one have I marked again? Top outer second. Ah, okay. Which means this one here. Top line going there. And we said second. So that is this one. This would be the plastic one. Is it? It should be. No, it's from there. It's that one here. It's this switch. There we go, yes. That's my plastic line. There we go. Now that that's marked. The bottom one here, that would be the rubber one, except I haven't plugged everything in yet. Yeah, right now this one is not seeing anything. Okay. So this one I should be able to just clock online. And those refineries should just fire right up. They're firing up. None of these are working. None of these are working. God damn it. Okay. There we go. There's the plastic. Am I getting the same problem here? I'm getting the exact same problem here. Okay, so this refinery blueprint is not... is not good. Not working. It's not working very well. Okay. There we go. Yeah, there is some heavy oil going on here. These guys are firing up. Periodically, not all that much, but they're firing up still. Fuel pump is pumping. Which means now more of this beautiful fuel is going in here. Reserves are starting to go down, so I might want to shut down one of the generator banks. Because this is why I've done all of this work to segregate some of the generator banks and like fuel reserves and all of that. It's because if I start burning more fuel than I'm producing, I could just shut down some generators and rebuild my reserves, which is exactly what I'm going to do now because I'm producing a lot more power than what I need. So Fuel Gen 5, I could just shut it down. And the other thing I could do is shut down this valve so it doesn't use any more fuel. Bam. So that whole bank of 6 down there is just going to burn through the fuel that's in the pipe, but after that they'll shut down. Cool. So plastic is now getting produced at a decent rate. What am I making? 160? Yeah, that's 160 per. I don't have gas filters. I've only got rad filters I could buy here. I need to make myself some gas filters, which... I think I need coal for that. Yeah, I need coal for that. Okay. I mean, I could grab some from back at main base. No, I have to stop getting distracted. Fucking scatterbrain for me today. Okay. Let's see. Rubber. That's the next bit. So. Time to figure this shit out. And I know that, yeah, this refinery blueprint I'm gonna have to rebuild, like redesign. Because this whole conveyor output kind of thing just fails miserably. Same thing there. Okay. And this time I'm gonna want it to go here. Oh, about there-ish. It'll have to be something like that, I think. It'll clip through for a bit, but for now I just want to have a line I can attach a merger to. That's one. Your belt is too long. There we go. That should do. And then the power lines. One of my grids I shut down, and that was planned. That's the generator bank that I cut the fuel to for now. Okay. So now the rubber line, the rubber power line is going to be this one. There we go. So that should be rubber conveyor all sorted out. I might want to add... I'm going to add a couple of extra pipeline pumps. Maybe just the one here. Now if we go back down to our little building. Where the generators come in. Rubber should be this guy here. Yep. Log that on. Those refineries should fire up. Nice. Which means these guys are running. Yeah, they're filling up now. At least the first one is. That one takes a bit more time. But yeah, they're definitely not running at full capacity, those refineries. I mean, I could decide to try to valve in front of it, but I'd rather just let them fill up. It'll take a bit more time for them to really get going, but they're still going to be producing fuel. And a pretty decent amount of it at that. And now if I look at this, yep, reserves are raising back up. Because this is just bonus fuel. This is really just bonus fuel. This is just a way for me to be able to burn through heavy oil residue. But I think I'm going to go back up to the blueprint maker, and we're going to go and correct some of our blueprints here. So let's go for, let's say, residual plastic. The big problem that I have is that all of these are kind of too close to the refineries themselves. I need to distance them a bit. Meaning all of the pipes also have to move. That's the output side. This thing is not outputting any bonus oil. Yep. I mean, I've got a pretty extensive oil drilling operation going on here. This is my refinery base. This is what we do. Like, I got a literal fuel pipeline plugged into here just to make fuel canisters for my jetpack. Gonna have to invade Quebec. The only thing you could try to invade us for is frickin' poutine and maple syrup. Like, that's not... I don't think that is a worthwhile endeavor. Like, we'll sell it to you. Gladly. We're producing too much. Okay, so all of that here is going to need a redesign. Because all of these freaking conveyor elevators are not connecting properly. And it's not kind of, it is just straight up pissing me off. America might not for those, but you would. Yeah. There's only one place in the world that makes proper poutine, and it's Quebec. Let's not sugarcoat it. Every other place I've ever seen it getting made outside of Quebec has been not great. If not utmost disgusting. For some reason, my music stream decided that it would it'd be more fun to just buffer rather than play. 'Cause, you know, sure, why not? Yeah. Oh. I didn't mean it that way, to chow. I was like, why do I not have my music anymore? Because the video's just buffering rather than playing. Am I dropping frames? I'm not dropping frames. There we go. Now we got some music back. Okay. That should not be mergers. The entry side should be splitter. Chicken State's food is... Wait, what? Cornish? Cornish pasty? What the hell is Cornish pasty? Savory hand pie. I'm gonna have to try that someday. I'm a sucker for pastries, so I have to be kind of careful about it, because otherwise I'm gonna go back to weighting 250, 270 pounds. Like it's a straight path to, like, pastries are very much a straight path to obesity for me. I'm very much yeah, I do like my sugar. Let's just put it that way. Had it last night because delicious, yes. It's not sugary. Oh, even better then. That means it's probably a lot healthier for me, which means I can eat more. I'm up for that. Okay, so that's the water pipe here, the input. Should probably... Oh, meat, potatoes. Oh, alright. Yeah. It's a grandma's pie. It's my grandma's pie. Got it. Okay, I am actually going to color code the water pipe here. I mean, while I'm redoing the blueprints, I might as well. There we go. So that's the water pipe right there. And then I don't need the output. Carrots because you're bad at onions. I mean, yeah, it's a... That also works. Go, and if I decide to have, well, in this case it's going to be a dummy pipeline, but when your bloodline is weak. I mean, if you insist on phrasing it that way, sure. There we go. Okay. So that here is all plugged in and redone. The signage doesn't have to change. And that is my residual plastic. Save that. And now, the residual rubber that I had before. Well, hello there, Triple. Good morning to you. No, I need blueprints. That residual rubber, I'm gonna take it out. I'm gonna delete it. Sulfuric acid, I'm also going to delete because I know these blueprints are wrong. They're just not. Actually, you know, all of these. Anything that is not residual plastic right now, I'm just going to delete it. I can now romance the door. Yep, that sounds about right. The door is hot. I will agree with that. Like, I don't swing that way, but the door is very good looking. Accents are your kryptonite? Oh no. I'm pretty sure there is the I'm pretty sure there's a hierarchy to these accents though. You know, English accent is probably up there. Australian probably up there. Indian, eh. This needs to be residual rubber. There you go. Paste that, paste that, paste that. Italian, I get it. French, I'd say it probably depends a lot. Depends on how thick the accent is and where from. Might just be me, but I don't think French Canadian ranks all that high in the accent hierarchy. Go this down here. Sings Claire Obscure aggressively. Yeah, but that's not French Canadian. That's the thing. That is aggressively French. Although I would say the way they sing it in the soundtrack, especially on the more intense songs, where there is also a male voice singing. I know that one of the male voices is Victor Borba, who's actually Canadian, and the other one is Laurent Testard himself, the composer. So depending on who the male voice is that is singing at any moment, the accent changes wildly. Yeah. Okay, so that little icon has to change. All of that just remains completely fine. There you go. Save that. Okay. So if I need other refineries, I'll base myself off of this rather than the old design, because the old design failed me a lot. This, on the other hand, works fine. Now, what I want to have a look at, yep, there's plastic getting loaded up onto the train. Rubber, though, is not. Why is this idle? All of this is idle, and it shouldn't be. It's powered on. It's got oil. It's full of crude oil. It's the heavy oil. It's the heavy residue. Okay, so the problem I'm having is I'm producing too much heavy oil residue. Now this fuel is also not going away, so these machines are now idling. I need to burn more fuel. That's the America. Okay, I need to America this and start burning more fuel. Luckily, I got some generators that are currently shut down. Oh. I made a terrible mistake. I need to send fuel down to the generators first. Open that up. There you go. Valve is now open. Fuel's gonna flow down and start filling up the generators down there. Give it a few seconds. And I should actually be able to keep track here. Once it starts producing. Ow. That was a little painful. I go all the way to these guys. Yeah, there is fuel. And now that's on, that's producing, and now I can make it rejoin the rest of the grid. Okay. Yeah, there we go. But it's still just at 1,000. It's not consistent yet, so I'm gonna wait until it runs at 1,500 consistently. I don't dare to put it back with the rest of the grid. So what I'm gonna do while we're waiting for that is I'm gonna go refill my coffee. I will be right back. And we're back. It's still not consistent. I might have to go play with the valves a bit. You know what? The easiest way is for me to yeet myself down here. Some of them are shutting down. Yeah, it's these ones here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up this valve here temporarily. I'm going to max it out. Just so this, yeah, there you go. Now it's filling up a good bit faster than it's burning the fuel that's inside it. Now that it has a little bit of buffer, now it should be fairly consistent. Yeah, because that one's completely full now. That one's completely full now. It's just this guy. You know what? I'm gonna keep the valve wide open for a bit more. There we go. Bring that all the way up to almost 50. And now we limit it again. Back to 100. By the way, I did mention to you that I was working on a cyborg story for a tabletop thingy. Ran the first session of it yesterday, and it went all right. It threw me off quite a bit having to narrate in English, because it was the first time I've ever DM'd in English, and that was weird. But overall, I think it went all right. I do have a problem here in that the heavy oil residue is not this is full of fuel. Okay, now the problem that I have is that the heavy oil residue is, well, it's a problem. There's too much of it. So I completely drain out this pipe network. And these guys should kick back in. Now that means I have the problem of I need to produce more with this heavy oil residue. I need to make more. I mean, more fuel, more power, more America, I guess. But now I'm finally at a point where I'm producing rubber, I'm producing plastic at a half decent pace. It's not It's not incredible, but it's getting in there. Probably need a lot more than that. Yeah, I'm averaging 60 per minute right now, which is not... And the reason why they're not running at full capacity is because the heavy oil residue is accumulating too fast. 20, that's what? 20, that's 80. It says 240 for this, though. It's the fuel. It's not the heavy oil. It's the fuel. I'm not burning enough fuel. Well then. All right. Yep, that looks about right. About there-ish. Another 150, and then up here on this valve up there, that's going to get upgraded to 300. These I'll keep fully open for now. There we go, and that is now generator bank number 6. going right in there. So if 5 is this one, 6 would be right opposite of it. It would be this one here. Is it? Feel like it would be this one. Yeah, this thing is steady at 1500. So there you go, bottom. Ah, yes, I would have to run the line. It's not fully... There we go. Now that it would be... So, fuel gen 6 should be this one. Production 1500. Yep, exactly as I thought. That goes online. I am quite happy with this. It's like if I just look at this particular place, I just shut it down and leave it, well, not shut it down, but shut the connection to the main base. And just kind of leave this place running independently, the space that I'm standing in. Look at that gray line. Look at how flat it is. That's my capacity. It is as steady as it goes. It is incredibly consistent. Unlike the rest of my other bases, which are just fluctuating like crazy, which has been causing me problems before. But this is steady. As steady as it gets. Okay, the only thing I need to do now is to go back over there, because now the valves need... These things are probably full, so I just need to adjust the valves to not use too much fuel. 100, and this should be 150. Beautiful. I got... This is more fuel generators than I've had in a single base. Anywhere. Like ever, I think. And definitely nowhere near as steady as this. I very likely can get even more going, because the heavy oil residue is not... That is not getting burned. Let's see what I could do here. If I could just maybe... clone one of these big, like, industrial fluid buffers. We'll do something like that, just so the overflow starts filling in here. And it fills up quite quickly, which tells me I'm producing a whole lot more than I'm burning. Which shouldn't be the case. It says output 80. That's 20 per minute times 4. That's 80. That's also 80, so that's 160. That's 10, so that should be 40. 160 plus 40 plus 40. So I'm at 240. Which is exactly what this should be using. Because it's input 60 times 4. Well, the problem is the fuel I'm burning at the other end is not all getting burned. Because I'm making more fuel than I'm using right now. That just has to be what it is. Anyway, I could make those buffers bigger or more. Maybe just have more. That. So that whatever overflow goes in here, and it's filling up quite quickly. I mean, I say that now, it's not filling up that fast. Fill rate at almost 500 a minute. No, I will retract my previous statement. It's filling up pretty freaking quickly. Okay, hold on. What is that? Here. That power pole has no business existing. That line here. Yeah, that's the power line for the pump jacks. And it is now clipping through the floor and vastly annoying me, so... There we go. Now it's not clipping through the floor anymore. And we're back to exactly how it should be working. Yeah, I'm seeing the pump jacks pumping out there. And now I've got more fuel storage, fuel buffer. As it should. Also going to take that and kind of double stack it. So that once this guy is full, this guy's going to start filling up. I'm legitimately thinking about directly shipping fuel to another base at this point. Although gauging overflow on fluids is damn near impossible. Okay. Now the other thing I'm going to have to work on here is the resin. Because right now the resin is all getting thrown into the sink, which is not what I want. I also need to go back to my research station here for hard drives, because I'm pretty sure... Here you go. Forgot to start another one last time. I just saw the hard drives in my inventory and I was like, oh, hold on. That music is... I keep readjusting it because if the AC kicks in, I have trouble hearing the music. And when it goes back down to idle like it is now, then suddenly the music is too loud. Okay. The reanimated Sam should be here, should be come into this. So whatever constructor I decide to build for that, should come out to like right there. Let's not do that. So I still want to be able to run around here without constantly having to slide under. That is going to be my reanimated Sam line. So I'm going to put... I mean, it doesn't need to be all that much. It's just a couple constructors. I could honestly probably plug that straight into my utilities grid at this point. I'm finally shipping stuff back, though. I'm starting to ship stuff back, which is really good. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have, like, just a couple constructors set up right here. Nothing fancy, just... $120 per minute makes up 30. So let's say 3? That mining machine out there is probably putting out 240, so 2 constructors is more than enough. Setting copied, setting pasted, and then we get just like that. And then that line can go all the way to there. So I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to few stackable conveyor poles. There we go. This just gets thrown in there. Now all I need is electricity, really. So yeah, I want to plug it into the utilities. I honestly, it's too insignificant for me. Oh, did I shut down the... Yes, I did shut down the mining machine. Did I? There we go. That should restart producing at any moment now. I just kind of glide my way this way. Should see some ore. Yeah, I see some ore on the belt. So that settles it. I think just for the extra little bit of control, if I absolutely need to, what I could do here is have a switch. I could have a power switch right here. Call it, yeah, it's just the SAM ore stuff and the SAM constructor. That goes to here, that goes to there. And then blam. So I can still shut down this little section of the utilities grid if I absolutely need to, but ooh, research complete. Nice. Yeet. Ow. Oh, I didn't think I'd take damage here. What do we find? Polymer resin. Why am I getting so many polymer resin recipes? I don't care. I'm gonna re-roll that. Heavy encased. Oh, recycled rubber. So I got the recycled plastic, and now that would be the recycled rubber, which is kind of the other way around. I think the heavy encased frame, though, that's a strong recipe to have. It's an inverted 2-meter wall ramp. So, for the ramp wall 2, flip it that way. There you go. Yeah, that looks about right. The wiring in here is having one building where the wiring is an absolute nightmare is kind of a necessary evil when it comes to this. Yeah, I'm gonna make this side here of the building white. Just so I can actually Just so the wires contrast a little bit better. You spot them a little easier. Well, even the roof. Yeah, and that's my burner gens, which are currently not operating. They're just idle because they're not powering anything. Only thing they're powering right now is my jetpack. So and over here I've got some leaves. I got some wood. Got some mycelia I could throw in there. These power shards I could re-upload. Nice. Move up all the way up to here to the top floor to the train stop. Yeah, train's incoming now. Still has that weird highlighting glitch if you recolor the wagons. Okay, there we go, yeah. Nice, 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 nice. Get in. Crap. I got out without wanting to. It's fine. I got a yeet cannon. Let's use a yeet cannon for the first time today, actually. Whee! Now that I've done all of this, I can go back and have a look over here. Because I should have there we go. I mean, there's some rubber here getting used on that line over there. I thought I had a line of plastic also getting used somewhere. No, these are screws. This isn't plastic. There. It's that line here. I have a pretty strong feeling that the residual stuff that I'm gonna make out of resin is gonna be all plastic. Yeah, there it is. There's some plastic flowing in. But I'm guessing whatever's using the plastic downstairs is just gonna gobble it up with no hesitation whatsoever, and Which means I'm still using more than I'm producing in terms of plastic. What am I using the plastic for? It's gotta be for computers. And like circuit boards and things. Yeah, it's coming down to here. It's getting all used up by these machines. That's for... What are this making? Circuit boards. It's making circuit boards. And it's also going over there. Into here. That's for AI limiters, if my memory serves me right. Yeah. These are for AI limiters. 56 that side. And on this side, was it 60? That's 200 and... Basically, I need 240 plastic total. Which should be just about what I'm making right now, but I need more. So yeah, all of the resin that I'm currently making from the fuel. Should be turned into plastic. I'm using more plastic than I'm using rubber right now. And if I'm really overflowing with rubber, then maybe that recycled plastic recipe that I've got might not be a horrible idea. Yeah, because like for rubber over here, I'm not using anywhere near as much as I'm making, clearly. Because that line is full and completely packed up. Yeah, there you go. There's a rubber line. It's right there. Going all the way to here. $159 items per minute. While also importing from the other base. I had forgotten about that. Okay. I probably need more. My guess is I probably need more. The reanimated Sam would go on this one, it's just I haven't hooked it up yet. It's just there. My guess is I was thinking of perhaps transforming it here before... No, it's probably gonna need some more ingredients, so I'll just plug that in. Throw that in the conveyor highway. That reminds me, I needed some coal. For some gas filters. Go, so I'm gonna grab some coal over here. I got an equipment workshop right up here. Quickly make myself, I don't know, 30, 40. Should be enough. $42 feels appropriate. 42 feels nice and appropriate for this. The extra coal, I'm just gonna dump. And finally, if I drop back down to over here to the storage area. Motors, cables, copper sheets, rods, all of that stuff. All of that stuff. Even the computers, the silica, yep, all of that. There we go. Fantastic. The coupons I'm gonna upload for now. And now if we go back up. All the way to the rooftop. I think, have I started another hard drive yet? Ooh, rigor mortar. Classic battery. That is just straight up sulfur. Yeah, that's a good recipe. I like that one. All right, I'm going to be able to get some work done with that. Let's go back to the refinery. And now up here is going to be some residual plastic. So first things first, I'm going to have to figure out... That's a long way up to be pumping water. And also, that water over there is not very deep. I think I'm going to have to do it from this side. It feels like it would be a bit more effective, at least. There we go. And now on this side, I'll be able to have some water pumps. Yeah, this is shallow water, but it's still water that I can pump. Could probably just add one more row of foundations like this. Then maybe have some water tanks up here, some industrial buffers. And then have the resin plastic the resin plastic manufacturers going that way. So that means I'm probably gonna have to draw up a power line for plastic. Over here, and that should also be the same power line that powers up the water pumps. Okay. So if I just not a gen. Just a refinery. Standard old refinery. I'm looking at residual plastic. I need 80 water per minute. It's not a whole lot. Like a water pump. $120. So one of those should be enough to power 4 refineries. The problem is I don't know how much resin I'm producing right now. So yeah, that is something I'm gonna have to sort out. So that whole resin conveyor that I have going on here, that now has to go away. Okay, and now what I'm going to do, just for testing purposes, I'm going to throw an awesome sink right here. One, two, three, four. That should be Proper height for that. There you go. What's the conveyor throughput thingy that we have nowadays? I never fucking remember how it's named. It's gotta be in logistics. Conveyor throughput, there it is. Don't have any crystal oscillators. I know I have some in storage. Okay. So for now, that power line, I'm just gonna hook it up to straight up to utilities for now. Just so we don't paralyze all of our other production. But yeah, I'm gonna want a throughput sensor on that belt once all of the resin is merged together. If only so I know how much I'm getting in, and then I know how many refineries I have to build out. So, yeet. Crystal oscillators. This one. I knew I had a few. I'll take that little stack of 30 and I'll upload it to Dimensional, so that way I have just like, I don't need a ton, just a few. Just a few for my personal use. And the hard drive is done. Scanning. Charcoal. Wood into charcoal or steel canisters. None of these are any use to me right now. Biocoal or steel cast plate. None of that is of any use to me either. Guess it's gonna be that. I don't think I'm gonna be using it, but guess it's fine. Just gonna drop down right here. So I got some inventory emptying to do. Resin and motors and all clad in beams and concrete. All of that. There you go. Beautiful. Okay, the coal right now should not be... I'm just clogging up the whole network with coal. So I think whatever line the coal is coming from, it's this one. Yeah. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to disconnect the overflow on the coal. Yeah, I'm going to disconnect the overflow line on the coal so that, yeah, it fills up this line and backs it up, but it doesn't flood the storage network down here. Yeah, okay, I am making a lot more rubber than I'm using now. Just from seeing this, just from seeing this amount of rubber on this belt means that it's not getting used anywhere else. Because that's how I've set up this whole network. Meaning I can definitely go back to the refinery and start using our alternate looking at the plastic here, recycled plastic, because I got extra fuel and I got extra rubber. And that would allow me to make more plastic, which is something I am not making enough of. Their throughput, there. Give it a bit of time to calibrate. Now that it's not like just using the buffer, it'll take a bit of time, and then it'll tell me how much I'm getting, how much resin I'm producing right now, and how much resin I need to be, you know, burning off. I might, if I can get enough of that, enough plastic going from recycling and using the extra fuel that I have, then I just might, what's the word I'm looking for? The resin, I think I have a recipe for resin to turn into fabric, which right now I'm not making any fabric in any way, so 414, 13, 408, 411, so let's say 420 for the sake of giggles. 423, 422, 432. I think 420 is a decent average here of what I should expect to have to use. Now, if I'm looking at residual stuff, residual plastic, that's the one. Just gonna plonk it down to have a look. $240. So 2 sets of refineries like this. 2 sets of refineries like this would use all of the resin that I have going on here. But I think this is actually not a bad place to put down these blueprints, except I'm going to want to line them up. So if if I start, no, I want my hover pack. That's the one. Yeah. And now that means that plastic line. Yeah, so now we got resin going in here and plastic coming out there. Which means this resin line, I can now just kind of bring it over there, split it in half, and throw it in. Whereas the plastic, I mean, I've got a second input on that station. I can use it. It's too long. So if I do it's a little 3 like that, it's actually misaligned. Just something like that. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's do something like that. Probably work quite nicely for us. There we go. Just like that. So that would be our plastic sorted out. Oh, I forgot to redo the power lines on the refineries here, on the blueprint. When I redid the blueprint. There. And now it's going to be a matter of getting those water pumps all the way up to here. There we go. Okay, so that works. So that's going to be where the water pipeline is going to be coming in. I am undoubtedly going to want to valve this. And down below, I think I'm going to put a bunch of reservoirs. Like big old industrial reservoirs just for like water tanks. Hello, frogs. Thank you very much for the lurk. Hope you're having a good day. Let me, hold on. Let me throw you a shout out. Guys, if you don't know about frogs, go follow him. He's awesome. He's one of the most wholesome dudes on the planet. And a fantastic musician on top. So, certainly worth having a look. So I need 80 over here. And then I need 80 over here, which means I need 160 cubic meters of water to feed all of these machines. Probably a bit more. So I'll put it to 100 just to make sure we have enough without too much wastage. That means I need to be able to pump That means I need to be able to pump 200 cubic meters per minute. Yeah, it looks like it would be about there. But over here, we're going to have some fluid buffers. So, some industrial fluid buffers. Yeah. Going to be water buffers. And now what I'm going to do is we're going to have something like that and that. There we go. That support can go away. It's going to fill up these tanks from here. And then up there, we're going to have another... Gonna go like that. That will require pipeline pump right there just to be able to get it up to the top floor. That, I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to power it yet. Well, it's got to be off the plastic power line. I'm going to have to draw a plastic power line all the way to here. Because it's also going to have to power the water pumps that are going to be all the way down there. So... it's kind of a given that I need to draw out a plastic power line. Yeah, we're gonna power it off of this right here. Go. This, I'm gonna have to be able to quite easily split off and move if I need. So, right here. That can power this quite easily. You'll also be able to go down and power up into trip stream. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad she enjoys it. It's her birthday gift after all, so I'm glad she enjoys it. I literally did that for both hers and JD's birthday. I did throw her off a bit though during that very first session. Cause you know, this is cyberpunk. Like, people are crooked and they keep looking for dirt. So Triple's moral compass was very, very thrown off with the amount of evil shit I was having NPCs pull off already. Okay, let's blow up these mushrooms here, because they're a little bit, quite a lot in the way. Cyberpunk is dystopian and bleak as shit, so it's definitely not all happiness and rainbows. Although she does have a robot dog, so that compensates for a lot of things, I feel. So how many water extractors do I need again? I think it's 2? It's Bark. Bark is actually an acronym. It's a battle assisted robot canine. And if it goes into combat mode, it's battle operated. Battle operated robot canine, so it turns into Bork, which is just Bark but red. So it's either 2 or 3 of these extractors. I'm gonna go for 2, I think. No, probably 3. I got plenty of power. I can actually... It says pipe is too long, but oh crap, I can't place it while I'm swimming. There we go. Okay, that kind of... If I just raise that just slightly above water level. Like that. That should be just fine. I don't need the dynamite yet. Okay. So over here, I am now going to plug in 3 extractors. There we go. Let's do it like that, and I'll have a third one. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm gonna do 4. Oh. Water not deep enough because of that big old rock. Can I actually, can I dynamite that? If I could dynamite that, then that would solve some issues. Sadly, it doesn't seem like I could dynamite that. Oh, come on. There you go. So, what I'm going to do instead is... yeah, I want a straight line right there. Why does it say invalid pipe shape? Come on. Yeah, we're gonna have to do it like that. It's a little sketchy, but it should still work. These things are a lot cuter in blue and yellow. Okay, so let's see. I want pipeline pump Mark II. Yeah, it's gonna need at least 2 of them here if I want any chance of creating enough lift for the water to go all the way up there. There we go. So that's 5 out of 7 in terms of the power connections. Now that can actually go all the way up to here, right on the side of the platform. Plug right up there. Yeah. So water extraction has now officially started. It's pumping up. I might need a third pump. It's moving. Why is your melatonin in your bag again? Okay, so yeah, it's gonna take a bit of time. for these buffers to fill up. But yeah, because these guys are pushing what, 300 and something, 360, yeah, 360 cubic meters of water per minute, and those buffers are quite massive. But here's another thing I'm going to want to do here is, come on, no, give me... yeah, auto mode. Just like that. Nope, wrong blue. Like this, and I'm going to want an extra pump. Just to kind of force the water into the tank a bit more, as well as, although, did I actually build the pump pointing the right way? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Like that. So that way the water can't flow back down if these guys run out of power. I think I'm going to put up a valve as well. Just to accelerate the process a little bit. Shut this valve completely. There we go. So that now all of it goes into this, fills it up quicker. And once it's full enough to go up into this tank, which is starting to, there's just enough pressure to start pushing it up. These two should be good enough to throw that up there. Yeah, that's starting to fill up quite nicely. Okay, so that means now we have water coming up to here. And I need what, 200? Yeah. I need 200 meters and I'm pumping 320 right now. So That's a decent amount more than what I need, but this is exactly what I should be doing with it. Next up is getting the resin. Yeah, 429, 432. It's pretty consistently staying between 420 and 430. So that tells me what I need to know. Now, I can now dismantle these, as well as this, and this. Run a conveyor line straight to here. Alongside a conveyor splitter. Straight to here. That's gonna go like that. The power lines. I think I need that wall outlet there, and that here can actually go right up to there, which in turn can plug here and there. So now that means these refineries now have power. What they don't have is water because the buffers are still filling up. Yeah, because that needs to be basically completely full and then overflowing. There we go. If I start pumping that up like this, and not relying on it being overly full, then this is going to start filling up, which in turn means this is going to start pumping, which is going to send the water up. And now I'm starting to see water getting into the machines. Which is now making more plastic, more much needed plastic. And that also completely rids me of all of the resin that I had before. Is it all? 240? Yeah, 480. So these machines actually burn more resin that I'm making, which is fine because I don't want any overflow on the resin at all.
Getting a little display issues here. There. That looks fine. When you recolor trains, there's some display glitches that keep happening that are a little bit annoying. Okay. Now I'm actually at the point where I'm gonna fly home, and I'm gonna put one of those throughput testers on like the main plastic line back at main base, just to see how much I'm actually getting in total. It's right here. Yeah. I'm gonna put it right here. I was gonna stick to 0 for now, but I now have two trains kind of feeding this thing. I should also kind of have, on the ones that are actually getting used, like the quick wire, I should also throw one of these on. Yeah, because now it's not moving all that much, because that doesn't give me an idea of how much that doesn't give me an idea of how much I'm producing, more than it's giving me an idea of how much I'm using. Whereas this one will tell me how much I'm producing, because, simply put, $31, $57, $83, $109. I need like 240 or so. I need that number right there to go above 240 and stay above 240 to make sure I'm producing enough. Right now, that's looking good. And that was just a residual one. That's not even... That's not even recycled plastic. But now, okay, there you go. It keeps going up. Because I'm guessing the second train showed up with the extra stuff. But now it's going to start falling until the next train shows up. And we can see from the glitches back there that the other train is on its way. But you can see that number dropping. But if the train arrives before that gets to 240, that's going to be close. Yeah, it's below now. Okay. So for that matter, because I want to start building up buffer a little bit, the AI limiters and the circuit boards that I'm making down here, yeah. It's a merger. Okay, all of those are getting thrown into storage right now. I'm not using them for anything, but I don't want them to be thrown into storage. So I'm gonna delete that conveyor belt here. So it's just gonna fill up the conveyor belt and then kind of put the machines back down to idle. And I'm fine with that. And then the one for AI limiters, I'm going to do the same thing. Instead of throwing them back into storage, which is what I'm doing here, I'm going to delete that conveyor belt, and it's going to just idle. It's getting plastic. It's getting a decent amount. But I needed to start buffering a bit more here. And the only way I could do this is to have whatever's using the plastic have enough in reserve to not get thrown into storage. Oh, you can see plastic is starting to accumulate a little bit here. You see it's starting to pile up a bit. And now, yeah, this here, like that one machine, that one building now is starting to accumulate circuit boards. I think it's at the point where this, like, yeah, the circuit board is staying in the machine now. So once that is full, the machine's gonna go idle. If I go back to here, same thing. For the AI limiters, yeah, it's starting to stay in the machines. So, because of that, I'm not going to be using anywhere near as much plastic. Yeah, these machines are full when it comes to plastic right now. So it's starting to buffer. Yeah, that was a industrial storage just full of old plastic containers, if my memory serves me right, which I don't need anymore. There you go. Is he gonna throw these away? Yeah, I should keep an eye on what is getting thrown into the sink here. Oh, I'm seeing what time it is now. Probably should consider raiding out. So wire, SAM, Alclad, rubber. So apart from copper wire, it's all stuff that is getting imported via trains. All right. I think this is pretty good. This is a good spot to end. We've been very, very productive. Let's go back to our refinery base. Just so we can have a look at what we've accomplished. Let's go to the rooftop. Yeah, that glitch, that display glitch on the train is still something that I'm not entirely sure. I think I've bug reported before. But I'll check it again, just in case. But it's a minor display issue. Like, I don't think they're gonna be that overly concerned with it. So, if we have a look over here, these refineries at the beginning of the stream were not there. This whole bit of floor, apart from these guys, was basically empty. That wasn't there. We've added a dozen new generators, so we're making even more power than before. We got even more fuel reserves, which are still, yeah, I'm still making more than I'm burning. So I could probably add even more generators. And I probably will. Like, you never have enough power in this game, so I'm probably gonna go for another dozen. Either on this side, or maybe further out, or maybe on, like, on this side. Maybe start having more over here. That could be another way. Or maybe over there. Depending on how these power lines line up, like I might have to move that power tower over and then kind of bring. But yeah, I might run a fuel line all the way to about here and start setting up even more generators. Then after that, if we have a look over here, those refineries, 1, 2, 3, 4 refinery banks built, connected, and exporting, and 5. That refinery bank also was not there because it's using the residue from this to make even more fuel. And if I need to, I'm actually tempted to, one thing I could do is grab the fuel from this. That fuel pipeline, kind of move it up to about here-ish, and set up a recycled plastic operation here using rubber and fuel. Which I am very tempted to do. It would be more consistent than using the resin. That part I'm quite certain. But I would also need to pump water from down there all the way up to here and do it, which I've shown is totally doable. I've done it over there, so it's not too bad. It's not too much head lift at this point. This is the bottom floor. It's not so bad. Yeah, I'm quite happy with what we've done with this place. Where is my lizard doggo, though? I haven't seen him in just about forever. Where's my doggo? I hope he didn't fall off. I really hope he didn't fall off the platform, because usually he hangs out in this little building, but he's not here. So I hope he didn't fall down there. I mean, I've got barriers almost everywhere to prevent him from falling. He could have fallen here. Yeah, he could have fallen here. I hope he didn't, but he might. If he did, I could run him up the ramp over here and have him ride the elevator with me. There he is! Doggo! No, you're not the tamed one. You just ran off. Do I have more berries? I don't have any more pale berries. I'm gonna have to find more pale berries. And tame myself a doggo. Just... like, those doggos are... Ooh, 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 ooh. Is it you? No, he ran away. So, probably not. Because I know there's like 3 of them hanging around here. You're stuck. Because, yeah, I know there's 3 lizard doggos kind of hanging around back here. But... I don't think you can have more than one of them tamed at a time. Seeing some pale berries over here. There you go. Some more that way. Alright. That's gonna be the last achievement of the day, is I'm gonna find me a doggo again. Cause, I mean, come on. Oh, not in my hand. There was one around this pipeline here. Where is he? There he is. Doggo! Here. Oh, really? There you go. Come on. Good boy. I'm gonna call him Bork, in honor of Bork. Yeah. Come on, Bork. Whee! Alright, so I'm gonna have Bork kind of run with me here. I'm gonna run up the ramp, and then he'll ride the elevator with me. Come on, Bork. Come on. Good boy. You coming? Come on, Bork. Why are you just... He's just sitting there. Come on. There you go. And we just ride the elevator with him. And I'm going to bring him either to the rooftop or the... Actually, no, the power switchboard is the safer. Come on. There you go. Good boy. That one. Look at how derpy he looks. Friggin' love him. Here you go. Come on. Doggo. Here. Here. There you go. You're the best boy. Alright. Just gonna grab some constructions fence and make sure that he can't fall off again. So that means fencing up that bit. Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of this floor that is not fenced anymore because I built up a whole lot more than what used to be there. So. There. There we go. I'll even fence that up here where the pipeline's coming from, just so the doggo can't go through. But he should still be. Oh, doggo. Doggo, come here. There you go. Good boy. Yes. Oh, we got a power slug. Nice. Okay, I want that here to also be fenced up. Otherwise, my doggo's gonna keep yeeting himself off the platform. I don't want that for him. Come on, come here. Let's go hang out inside. Come on, boy. Look at you. Fucking adorable. Ooh. What do we have here? Turbo blend fuel. I mean, that's actually a pretty simple recipe for turbo fuel. That's a pretty simple recipe for turbo fuel. That would imply that I would need to import coal all the way to here. I think this train station is gonna have to get bigger. I've got space for it, so it's not too bad. I got space for it here. But I gotta make sure I have space for it back home. Which could be a little problematic, because I know I've built pretty compact over there for the train stations. Actually, you know what? No, I got room. I say that. Not really. Well, no, I have room that way. I could very easily expand that way. And that's undoubtedly what's going to have to happen. Is if I make the station bigger, it's gonna have to expand that way. But if it has to expand that way, then I have to make absolutely certain, like, all of these output lines are gonna have to be redone if I do that, because it's the train's gonna become misaligned. Yeah, train's gonna become misaligned, which means that's gonna be a whole lot of work if I decide to do that. It's doable, it's just a pain in the ass. Because if I add to the station back there... No, the other way I could do it is if I add... Because if I add to the front of the train at the refinery, I'm adding to the back of the train here. But if I add to the front of the train here, that means I would have to add to the back of the train at the other base. I got plenty of room to add to the back of the train here. It's right there. It's right here. It's just this. So if I add more freight stations, more freight platforms, that's the word. Back here, just expand the floor a bit and add back there, then I could add to the front. Back at the main base without having to redo all of the lines. Yes. That is absolutely what I'm going to have to do, because otherwise it's going to be an absolute nightmare. I'm going to write that down. There we go. Fantastic. Well, we've been very productive today. I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy about that. We've made a lot of things. I'm happy with making a lot of things. So. But for now, it's going to be time to end. And I'm going to look for a friend to raid. Let me see. I know Triple's on, but I want to see who else is on. If I got other friends go. Oh, Jimothy! Jimothy is currently streaming. And Tanya's also streaming. And Tanya's streaming Factorio, so this feels very fitting for what we're doing here. Let's go raid Tanya. I haven't raided her in a hot minute. So let's go raid Tanya. Say hi to her for me. Take care, everybody. And make sure to tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a special one. Tomorrow's going to be a very special stream because tomorrow is June 24. June 24 is Quebec Day. It's Quebec's national holiday. So I'm going to be running through some... Basically just making a list and playing a bit of my favorite Quebec-made games. There's going to be an assortment of them. It should be quite fun. So, take care, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.